I know. I'll be around actually on afterwards. Well, I'll tell them I'm back. I'm back.
Yeah, definitely. Massive catch up. Take care.
2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 1, 2, 2. Quick question, do you change the sensitivity on the pack? Do you have to change it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4.
2 bits of black tape.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Which one did you want to lift? This is the thing. I'll put it up this time.
Yeah.
No batteries done.
Yeah, done.
This is 2 pieces of black tape for her.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2. 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh shit, I haven't got monitoring headphones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2.
The left flip up.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2. Just double checking audio. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Perfect. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2. Just going to check audio. Are you going to receive anything? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Perfect. Just home.
Later,
Once I do the testing, I'll.
cool.
Yeah.
So basically,
Peter's the other one over there on his
Pete's
phone.
going to take this side,
and then you're on the
I'll take this side.
Perfect. Thank you. Yeah, if you come before to the event, and I'll sort it out. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Just letting you know, there's a mic DA there.
Sorry?
Any of the outs, line or feed.
I've already got a line.
Oh, you got line out. Do you check the audio? Is your mic off at the moment?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Perfect. Yeah, because all the just so you know, all the questions are, that's on. Which frequency you're using?
DB1, DW1.
That means 10, 500. I'm just. They're going to be Q&A.
The free roaming Eng camera.
I'm.
The backup, we might not necessarily need it, but that shouldn't interfere with that. What number
That's why I'm more. That should be fine. It's clear. I've cleared it with your cameraman, but it's just no problem. One, two, three, four. Perfect. Yeah. Hello, hello. Again, hello. Any wide frequencies you know being used?
No, not in here.
Okay. Ah, perfect.
Well, good morning, everybody, and thank you all for coming. The choice facing the British people at the general election in just 22 days' time is becoming clearer every day. The question is, who will lead our country through the Brexit negotiations and get the best deal for the United Kingdom in Europe, me or Jeremy Corbyn? And our economic security will be on the ballot paper on the 8th of June. Over the last 7 years, thanks to the hard work of the British people and the credible economic plan we have pursued in government, significant progress has been made. We have taken the British economy out of the danger zone and begun to repair the damage done to it by Labour. The deficit has come down by almost 3/4 as a share of GDP. The UK economy has grown at one of the fastest rates in the developed world. Employment has increased by 2.9 million since Labour were in power. And we should never forget what those numbers mean for ordinary working families. They mean a better future and more security. They mean a better standard of living for people and more tax revenue to spend on vital public services like our NHS, schools and defence. And just today, we have seen that the work of fixing Labour's economic mess continues. The government has sold its remaining shares in Lloyds Banking Group as we continue to repair the damage to our banking sector. And today's employment figures show that our credible economic policies are continuing to deliver greater economic security for families across the country. But none of this happened by accident. Our economic progress has been dearly won and could easily be lost if the wrong policies were pursued in the years ahead. It is frankly all at risk. Any party which asks the British people to entrust to them the responsibilities of forming the next government through the crucial years of our Brexit negotiations and beyond must demonstrate that it has the credible economic plan and the capable team to safeguard our economic security. No one could look at what Jeremy Corbyn and his Labour Party offered yesterday and conclude that it passed the test. The risk which a Jeremy Corbyn-led government would pose to our economy has been laid bare. But manifestos are also a test of something else. They are a test of leadership. Later this week, I will publish my party's manifesto for the next 5 years. Unlike Jeremy Corbyn's fantasy wish list of easy promises paid for with imaginary money, I will set out in detail the 5 great challenges our country faces over the next 5 years and lay out how we will tackle them. While Jeremy Corbyn and Labour retreat into an ideological comfort zone, ducking the difficult challenges which lie ahead, I will be straight with people. I won't shy away from facing the challenges of our time. Rather, I will set out how we will tackle them head on. Because that is what leadership is about. And on this key test, Jeremy Corbyn has failed once again. If he can't show real leadership of his party now, how could he lead our country through Brexit? How could he sit down with the prime ministers, presidents and chancellors of Europe and get a good deal for Britain? At this election, only the strong and stable leadership of me and my team can deliver the successful Brexit our country needs, face up to the challenges which lie ahead, and improve the lives of everyone in our country. It will be strong leadership and credible policies for a better future. That starts with getting the right Brexit deal for Britain, which locks in economic security for our country. The weakness of Jeremy Corbyn and the chaos of the coalition which would put him into Downing Street would put that at risk. And with it, the future prosperity of families across our country. And the Chancellor will now say more about that.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Yesterday, the Labour manifesto confirmed what we already suspected, that they do not have a credible plan for our country's future, and they cannot be trusted with our country's finances. What we saw yesterday is only the latest in a catalogue of chaos from Labour. Throughout this campaign, Labour have shown time and time again that they lack the basic competence and credibility to govern this country. We've seen Jeremy Corbyn and his closest lieutenants exposed as being simply not up to the job. The Shadow Chancellor, the self-confessed Marxist, John McDonnell, doesn't know how big the deficit is. The Shadow Home Secretary, Diane Abbott, at one stage was suggesting you can employ a police officer for £30 a year. The Shadow Education Secretary, Angela Rayner, couldn't tell us how many children their class size policy would affect. And yesterday, the Shadow Foreign Secretary, Emily Thornberry, was unable to explain Labour's policy on benefits. Labour have simply become a shambles. And as yesterday's manifesto showed, their numbers simply do not add up. Now that Jeremy Corbyn has published his manifesto in full, we've been able to update the analysis which David Davis and I published previously. We can now set out the full damage his nonsensical plans would do to the nation's finances by 2021-22. The new dossier of analysis we've published today shows that there is a £58 billion black hole in Jeremy Corbyn's plans in just 1 year alone. Proposal after proposal in Labour's manifesto mean more borrowing and more debt, from uncosted promises to increase benefits to unexplained threats to seize control of private companies. These plans, many of them extremely questionable in themselves, simply do not add up. Any shred of economic credibility which Labour had left has now been buried by Jeremy Corbyn and his acolytes. And this matters to families across the United Kingdom. The economic chaos which would hit our country if Labour were in a position to implement the shambolic package of policies they unveiled yesterday would leave every household in Britain counting the cost. The price of Labour's chaos would be felt in higher taxes and steeper mortgage bills for working families. This economic chaos would mean higher unemployment, robbing families of the peace of mind and security which comes with a job. It would mean more borrowing, throwing away all the hard-earned progress of the last 7 years, and take us right back to square one, with a growing deficit, growing debt, and increasing financial uncertainty for the next generation. Labour's manifesto is a plan for an ideological few, which would mean economic chaos for the many. Only Theresa May and her Conservative team have a plan to lock in economic security and build a better future for our country. The stakes at this election could not be higher. A vote for any other party is simply too big a risk to take. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Philip. We'll now take some questions. Laura.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister and Chancellor. You have attacked the Labour plans, not surprisingly, but if increasing tax and increasing spending overall is such a bad idea, why has it continued to happen under a government that you have both been part of for 7 years? You've repeatedly missed your deficit targets, and you even still have a black hole in your most recent budget, Chancellor. And if I may, the Chancellor this morning rather candidly admitted occasionally swearing in rows with number 10. If, after June, you are re-elected, will you still be next-door neighbours?
Look, first of all, I'll ask the Chancellor to respond as well. But first of all, let's be clear about what we're saying about the Labour Party manifesto. It simply doesn't add up. What we see today is this £58 billion black hole that we've identified in their figures. But what matters, these are large numbers, but what matters is the impact it has on ordinary working families. And it means that people will be paying the price of Labour, that they'll pay the price in higher taxes, in lower wages, in higher prices, and an economy which will be in chaos. The key thing is that over the last 7 years, we've shown we have that credible economic plan, and we have that credible economic plan for the future to take us forward to ensure that we get the right deal from Brexit, but also lock in our economic security. And I think it's true to say that the Chancellor and I and every other member of my team are focused on June the 8th. Our focus is on winning this general election because it matters for the future of our country.
What I candidly admitted this morning, and my family will confirm this, is that I do occasionally swear. I wasn't referring to any particular conversation, but I do occasionally swear. Look, the difference here between us and Labour is Labour does not believe in balancing the budget. The Prime Minister has said many times that as a country we have to get back to living within our means. We have to do that in a sensible way. We have to do it in a measured way that balances the needs of deficit reduction with the needs for investment in our economy and the needs of our public services. But we do have to do it. Labour doesn't believe in reducing taxes. Labour believes in increasing taxes. We are a low-tax party by instinct. Conservatives will always cost you less in tax.
Thank you. Emily?
Emily Morgan from ITV News. You're dismissing tensions between you and number 10, Mr. Hammond, but I think many people will want to know how bad relations really have got and whether you will still be Chancellor after the election if you do win.
Look, we work very closely together. The Prime Minister and I have known each other for many, many years. We work very closely together. She's got an extremely strong team around her. I work very closely with her team. Indeed, some of them are people that I've known for many, many years. We do work very well together as a team. And there's all this media tittle-tattle is just that, media tittle-tattle.
Beth?
Thank you, Beth Rigby, Sky News. Prime Minister, yesterday when we were at that Screwfix factory, Zia Karim, a father of 5 who takes home £300 a week, asked you twice about how you would help him cope with the cost of living. And he's right to, isn't he? Because figures out in the past 48 hours show inflation running at 2.7%, while weekly earnings are now running at 2.1% in the 3 months to March. You admitted to him that Brexit was partly to blame for his family's struggles. Are you now saying, and you also said there will be a couple of years of uncertainty, do you now say that there will be a squeeze on the cost of living for workers until Brexit is complete?
If I may, Beth, I didn't actually say that Brexit was responsible for the troubles that he had. I did say that we had, of course, seen an impact on inflation from changes to the currency over the last few months, and that, as everybody knows, we're going to a negotiation on Brexit over the next 2 years, and the final deal, that special relationship, special partnership that we want to build with Europe, will be for those negotiations. There are 2 ways of looking at the impact of cost of living for people. I mean, one is our desire to ensure that people are in work and that we see our economy generating higher paid jobs. That's what we want to see. But if you're going to do that, you've got to make sure you have a credible plan to build on the strength of the economy and not destroy it with the sort of policies that we've seen from the Labour Party yesterday in their manifesto. And then on the other side of the equation in terms of cost of living, of course, we can help people in certain areas, and that's exactly what we're doing and proposing to do in terms of energy costs, which, as you know, the CMA said that the energy market, that customers of the biggest 6 suppliers are paying £1.4 billion more a year than they would if the market was truly competitive, and that's why in government we would take action on that.
We've achieved 2.9 million new jobs since 2010, net new jobs. Our economy is one of the fastest growing developed economies in the world. Yes, of course, we have some inflation passing through the economy. This will be transient. It's a result of currency movements last year. And the OBR forecasts that in every year of the 5-year forecast period, real wages will continue to increase. But as the Prime Minister says, the long-term answer to this question is that only by building a strong and resilient economy can we deliver sustainable economic growth and sustainable rising living standards. There is no other way of doing it. It's not done by writing in a Labour manifesto that we'll do X or Y or Z. That will not deliver sustainable rising living standards. Only getting the fundamentals of the economy right will do that. That requires a good Brexit deal and it requires strong leadership to consolidate the gains that we've made in our economy over the last 7 years. And in my judgment, only the Prime Minister can deliver that.
Thank you. George, the FT.
A question to both of you, which verges into the area of philosophy, I think, political philosophy. And without asking you to preempt your manifesto tomorrow, philosophy of taxation. Would you like to see a shift in the balance of taxation away from work and enterprise and onto wealth?
Well, I think my overriding philosophy of taxation is actually that we should be as low tax a country as possible, because it's in that way that we can ensure that businesses are investing here in creating jobs and that people have more of their own money to spend. That's my tax philosophy.
George, I think we've got a challenge as the economy changes shape. And if I may say so, that sounds like yesterday's question. As we move into a more digital economy, a more globalized economy, the challenge is how we tax a changing pattern of activity. How do we make sure that companies operating digitally in the global economy, who may have a big footprint in the UK, but not necessarily a big taxable presence in the UK, how do we make sure that they pay their fair share? This is an international question. It can only be dealt with by agreement between the nations, and Britain has led in the G20 and other forums in taking forward this debate about how we are going to make sure that our tax system evolves as the shape of our economy globally evolves, so that we can carry on funding our public services effectively while still supporting rising living standards. That's the challenge.
Sam.
Sam Coates from The Times. Question to each of you. Chancellor, you talk about the importance of reducing the deficit. Can you commit today by when, under your chancellorship, you would eliminate the deficit? And Prime Minister, you'll be very aware of the events on the other side of the Atlantic involving the White House and Russia and allegations of spying and what's going on with Donald Trump. Do you have full confidence in Donald Trump?
We have, well, should I take that last one? We have a very special relationship, as you know, with the United States of America. This is the most important defence and security relationship that we have around the world. I was very pleased that when I went to the United States shortly after President Trump's inauguration, he was able to commit to his 100% commitment to NATO, which is an important bedrock of our security and the bedrock of the security of Europe. We continue to work together, and we have confidence in that relationship between us and the United States, that it helps to keep us all safer.
Sam, nobody should be in any doubt about our commitment to balancing the budget, to getting the country back to living within its means. That is essential if we're going to build a sustainable economy for the future. But as to the exact timetable and commitments, you'll have to wait, I'm afraid, until the manifesto is published.
Right, thank you. Yes, Martin. Yes, Martin.
Rob Hutton from...
Sorry, Rob.
Rob Hutton from Bloomberg. Prime Minister, you've dealt with security matters. You've dealt with stuff coming from sensitive sources. Does the fact that the President of the United States seems willing to discuss things freely with people in the Oval Office from Russia or wherever, does that make you more reluctant to share British intelligence with the US?
Decisions about what President Trump discusses with anybody that he has in the White House is a matter for President Trump. We continue to work with the United States and continue to share intelligence with the United States, as we do with others around the world, because we are all working together to deal with the threats that we face. The key threat, of course, being the threat of terrorism, predominantly from Daesh, but we must never forget that Al-Qaeda is still out there. So working with the United States and others to deal with that terrorist threat is an important part of maintaining our national security, and we will continue to do so. I'll take next, Ben.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Do you accept that Brexit is to blame for the 17% slide in sterling since June's referendum? And if you don't accept that, what do you think is to blame?
Well, if you look at actually what happened to sterling, sterling had started to fall back before the referendum vote came through. So there have been adjustments to sterling. Actually, if you look, it isn't just that sterling's gone down. We've seen sterling move around, as currencies do. What matters to any government, actually, is that we have a credible economic plan that is able to ensure that we can deal with the circumstances as they develop. I don't know if you want to add anything, Philip.
Well, the key thing is to get started straight after the election with the Brexit negotiations, make progress as quickly as we can, and get the best possible deal for Britain. Business hates uncertainty. Everybody knows that. The sooner we can create certainty, certainty about Britain's future relationship with Europe, certainty about how they will be able to operate their businesses, the better it will be for the British economy. That needs strong and determined leadership in those negotiations, and it's very clear to me that Jeremy Corbyn cannot provide that leadership.
Yes. Oh, no. Sorry, I don't know everybody's name, so I'm having to point rather in.
Thank you. Jack Maidment from the Daily Telegraph. A question for both of you, if I may. Labour has unveiled plans to put up taxes on the top 5% of earners. Can people earning more than £80,000 expect to hear similarly bad news in the Conservative manifesto?
Well, first of all, you won't be surprised for me to say that we will be setting out our policies in the manifesto when we publish it tomorrow. But if you look at the issue of taxation, let's just look at what we've done at our record as Conservatives in government. We've taken 4 million people out of paying income tax altogether, and 31 million people have seen a tax cut. And for a basic rate taxpayer, that's been worth about £1,000 a year. So I come back to the point that Philip made earlier, that actually there is a very clear choice between the two parties. It's between a Conservative party that has always believed in lower taxes, that continues to believe in lower taxes and will continue to be a low tax party, and a Labour Party whose natural instinct is to put up taxes. But what we see from their manifesto is that the impact won't just be about higher taxes, it'll be about jobs lost, it'll be about lower wages, it'll be about higher prices for consumers. What we see from Labour's manifesto is that it's ordinary working families up and down the country who will pay the price.
I think it's perhaps just worth reminding ourselves as well where we are today. The top 1% of income earners pay 27% of all the income tax collected in this country. That's a higher percentage than under the Labour government right now, today.
I think this will be the last question. I think, do we see Sam? Yes.
Steve Hawkes at The Sun. Two things, if I may, Prime Minister. Firstly, the Conservatives have positioned themselves as the party of the families just managing to get by the ordinary worker. Can you explain to them why it is a bad idea to put a payroll tax on salaries of $330,000 or more? And the Chancellor has been very effusive about the working relationship you both have. If I may reverse to tittle-tattle, Prime Minister, can you give us an endorsement of the Chancellor?
Happy to do so, yes. Very happy to do so. And as Philip says, we've worked together over the years, for many years, longer than we would care to identify. I think that's an age-related comment, nothing else, just in case you try and relate anything into that. In relation to what is happening in Labour Party's manifesto, the key thing is that you have to ask yourselves, with the impositions that they are putting on business, they're proposing to put on business, what would the impact of that be? And sometimes it's easy for people to think, oh, this is just about business and business will pay and there won't be any impact on anybody else. Actually, that's not right. Because if business doesn't think this is a good place to be in the UK, then they won't come here. We won't see investment. We won't see jobs being created. And people will lose out. They'll lose out in higher prices that they're paying in the shops. They'll lose out in lower wages. They'll lose out in fewer jobs. What we need to do is to make sure that the United Kingdom is the most attractive place to set up a business, to grow a business, to provide those jobs and investment that will really secure people's future. Thank you.
On my first day as Home Secretary, I had bravery awards, as Steve referred to. PC Sean Cannon was the winner that evening after rescuing 4 children and their great-aunt from a burning building. His heroism was the sort of thing I thought, only happened in films. Emerging from a building engulfed in billowing black smoke with a small child under each arm, not once, but twice. Soon after I'd presented Sean with his award, I was passed a note by my private secretary. With the ceremony still in full flow, it read, "There's been a terrorist attack in Nice." That moment will stay with me for the rest of my life. As I watched our brave police officers being recognised for their extraordinary acts of courage, the horrible events on the streets of Nice were unfolding. The best of our values embodied in the actions of our policemen and women, set in the stark relief against the very worst of human behaviour. We owe you, the police, an incredible debt for the courage and bravery you exhibit in the line of duty, for your willingness to put yourself in harm's way day after day in order to protect the rest of us. Never have I felt that more keenly than on the 22nd of March this year, when PC Keith Palmer heroically confronted Khalid Massoud at the gates to the Palace of Westminster. Keith had devoted his life to public service and tragically lost his life serving the public. He was a soldier in the Royal Artillery and then a member of the Parliamentary and Diplomatic Protection Command. His sacrifice in the line of duty was a sacrifice to protect the values that unite us as a country. Liberty, human rights, the rule of law and free speech. Khalid Massoud didn't wield his knife in Westminster at random. This was a deliberate attempt to strike at the most ancient of parliaments. A building that has always stood and will always stand as a symbol for government, by the people, for the people. A building that has always stood and will always stand as a symbol for everything Daesh and their poisonous ideology seeks to tear down. A building that was burnt down nearly 200 years ago, but whose values can never be extinguished. Because within 6 years, the first stones of the great building that we know today had been laid. 5 years before that famous fire in Westminster, the Metropolitan Police Service was founded by an Act of Parliament. It created the world's first modern police force. These justices of the police were charged with protecting the public from those he shall have just cause to suspect of any evil designs. Nearly 200 years on, PC Keith Palmer did exactly that. His name already appears on the police roll of honour, and his sacrifice in the line of duty must be remembered permanently. That is why I am committed to doing everything I can as Home Secretary to support the Police Memorial Trust to build the UK Police Memorial in Staffordshire. Keith was the only member of the police to lose his life that day, but 3 other officers were seriously injured. Alongside 4 members of the public who lost their lives and more than 50 who suffered injuries. We don't know how many people Khalid Massoud planned to slaughter that day. But we do know that number would have been much higher without the courage and professionalism of our emergency services. When I took this job, I was told we have the best police and security services in the world. But it's only when you witness the response to a tragedy like this that you really understand that to be true. And we must remember here that PC Keith Palmer is one of 7 police officers to lose their life while working to protect the public this year. And thank you, Steve, for showing us their faces to put to their names, as we saw earlier. PC Gareth Browning, PC Austin Jackson, PC Paul Briggs, Inspector Mark Estill, DC Joe Mabuto, PC Douglas Wiggins. The public will never forget that when the worst happens, it is the police that run towards danger as others run from it. And today it's right that we thank you for it. 1 month ago, I began to think seriously about what I wanted to say here today. This was going to be my first Police Federation conference as your Home Secretary. And for some of you, your first Police Federation conference with a different Home Secretary. For some of the Federation's longer-serving members, before Theresa May's 6-year tenure, seeing a different Home Secretary each year must have become something of a habit. I'm told that at one stage there were 5 different Home Secretaries in 6 years. Well, I hope you won't mind me saying that I hope those days are long behind us. Obviously, my predecessor made something of a name for herself speaking to you here. So 1 month ago, as I was coming home from a short Easter break, I began to sketch out how I would set out my vision for policing. And after nearly a year in the job, it seemed like the perfect moment to do so. I was going to say how impressed I had been by the courage, dedication, and compassion I'd seen from police officers across the country, but also that it was clear the job of reforming the police must not finish. Because as crime is changing, you will need to keep changing too. Keep changing so that you do more to protect victims from the new criminals who use the internet and technology to prey on vulnerable victims. And we've seen over the past week just how crucial it is that we adapt to the emerging threats from cyber security. Because these attacks will continue to grow in frequency, in sophistication, in volume. Keep changing so that you continue to confront the uncomfortable truths that have emerged about the extent of child abuse in our society over recent years. Keep changing so that you treat the threat of modern slavery like the heinous crime that it is. This government has brought forward Europe's first modern slavery act. It is a world-leading piece of legislation. But we can't just stop there if we're serious about trying to eradicate this crime. If we are honest, we know that our response on the ground is patchy. There must be better intelligence gathering, the better use of that intelligence, so we relentlessly pursue the perpetrators and people traffickers. There must be more investigations, domestically and internationally. There must be better training so that modern slavery in all its forms is better recognised. And there has to be far more effective coordination and information sharing between all the agencies so that we are neither failing victims nor letting the criminals who prey upon the vulnerable slip through the cracks and away into the shadows. But a lot has changed since that bank holiday. If a week is a long time in politics and 1 month feels like a lifetime, the day after that bank holiday, the Prime Minister called me into her office before Cabinet to tell me there was going to be a general election on June the 8th. So in 22 days' time, you will now be voting for who you want to run this country, Theresa May or Jeremy Corbyn. So rather than come here today and tell you what I expect from the police over the coming years, I want to say what you, the police, can expect from the Conservative Party over the next 5 years. The Conservative Party has, and always will be, the party of law and order. We believe in freedom and opportunity. But we know that these values don't exist in an ether. They have to be fought for, they have to be defended, and you are at the front line in that fight. Because without order, there can be no freedom. It's a basic truth that we acted upon nearly 200 years ago when that Act of Parliament established the Metropolitan Police. Because, of course, it was a Conservative, Robert Peel, who helped found the modern police force. And just as he helped found the modern Conservative Party. But you don't do your jobs to defend abstract values. You do your jobs so that our children can enjoy abuse-free childhoods, so that violent parents are punished, so our neighbourhoods are kept safe, and so that criminals pay for their crimes. And before 2010, it had become too hard for you to get on with your jobs. There was too much paperwork and too many targets. The public don't pay their taxes, so that the police sit in their offices filling out meaningless forms. And you didn't come into policing to waste your time on paperwork when you could be out serving the communities you swore to protect. So we have cut pointless red tape. With 4.5 million hours of police time saved, that's the equivalent of 2,100 police officers no longer sitting in a back office and instead fighting crime in their community. And we've cut the target culture. No longer does the Home Office send dozens of policy documents each year with thousands of central diktats. It's not for me to tell the police how to do their jobs. And as long as I'm Home Secretary, there will be no return to the constant interfering from Westminster. Without that constant interference, we've seen the proportion of police officers on the front line rise. With priorities now set by locally elected PCCs and delivered by you, ensuring once again that the police are the public and the public are the police. Now, I know the theme of your conference this year, Protect the Protectors, and we have sought to do just that. You asked us to change the law so that anyone who kills a cop gets a mandatory life sentence. We listened, and now anyone convicted of murdering an officer faces a life sentence. You asked us to do more to stop police officers doing the work of a doctor or nurse, caring for mentally ill members of the public. And we've taken steps to significantly restrict the circumstances in which a police station may be a place of safety, with £15 million invested into health-based alternatives. And if I'm reappointed as your Home Secretary, I will continue to work with the Health Secretary so that the police do not do the jobs of other public servants, so you are not the service of first resort. You asked me to bring in a new 2-shot taser gun, and I've done that because you keep us safe, and it's right that we keep you safe too. You asked us to better fund mental health services for officers up and down the country. And if I'm returned to this post in 22 days, signing off that bid, Steve, will be one of the first things I do. But I'm not going to stand here and pretend we've agreed with everything, and that you've agreed with everything that we have done over the past 7 years. Or that you're going to agree with everything we will want to do if we're elected for another 5 years. You haven't agreed with the changes we've made to pay and pensions, but they were right for the country and the public to tackle the huge deficit we inherited. You haven't agreed with the drive for greater efficiency in policy budgets, but it's been right for the country and the public, and the police are more efficient and better equipped to deal with modern crime as a result. You haven't always agreed with beginning to change the culture of policing, so that victims of sexual abuse are not ignored or complex cases like modern slavery not investigated because police leaders prefer to deal with so-called traditional crimes. But it's been right for the country and the public. And let me be clear today that if the Conservatives are re-elected, this work must continue. You haven't agreed with the steps we've taken to bring more people from outside policing into the force, but it's been right for the country and the public. And if the Conservatives are re-elected, we will go further and open up the very top jobs in policing so that we get the broadest possible skills and talent at the very top of our police forces. And you haven't always agreed with the steps Steve and many other Fed members in this room have taken to reform the Federation. But it's been right for the country and the public, beginning to rebuild trust in the police after a series of damaging revelations. And I'm glad to say today that 28 out of 36 recommendations from the Normington Review have been implemented, and look forward with working with you to deliver on the remaining recommendations. So the Conservatives will always back the police, but we also won't shy away from taking the difficult decisions for the long-term good of policing and the public. And if you look at what you have achieved over the past 7 years, 275,000 fewer burglaries, 189,000 fewer robberies, 376,000 fewer violent crimes. Crime down by more than a third. That's a record everyone in this room should be proud of, and one that I want to build on if the Conservatives are re-elected back into power on June the 8th. Now, I know you heard from Diane Abbott yesterday, and that she will have set out her stall, although I can't imagine her proposals for a new annual salary of £30 a year have gone down that well. Obviously, Diane misspoke, but the truth is the threat of Jeremy Corbyn being put in charge of this country's security is not a joke. You might not have agreed with everything we have done in government, but the Conservative Party has always passionately backed the police and our security services. Sadly, the same cannot be said of Jeremy Corbyn and Diane Abbott. Jeremy Corbyn, while leader of the Labour Party, has said that he does not support police officers shooting to kill. Diane Abbott has said we should dismantle the police to replace you with our own machinery of class rule. And we've discovered yesterday that she called for MI5 and Special Branch to be abolished. Why? Because they were conspiratorial groups. John McDonnell has signed a letter calling for the police to be disarmed, the end of MI5 and the abolition of special police squads. Dismantle the police, disband MI5, disarm the police. These would be the three most senior politicians in the country if Jeremy Corbyn is elected, and they sound like a group of Marxists in a sixth form debating society. Now, I'm not saying this for petty party political reasons. Much. I'm saying it because when you cast your vote, it's important you know what the choice is in this election. This isn't like the elections of recent decades. You're not choosing between Tony Blair and John Major, Gordon Brown and David Cameron, or even David Cameron and Ed Miliband. You're being asked if you want to put three people who have spent their entire political life attacking the police and security services' very existence in charge of our nation's security. You are choosing between a party that have always stood for law and order and Jeremy Corbyn and John McDonnell. Because this election is between a Conservative Party that will back the police to do your jobs, but won't shy away from taking difficult decisions when it's in the public's interest. Listen to you when things need to change, but tell you when you need to change. So when you go to vote on June the 8th, I hope you will choose Theresa May. Choose a party that will stand by the police when you need us to. Choose a party that will challenge the police to change when it is change that is needed. Choose a party that will always put our country's security first. Thank you.
Home Secretary, thank you. We move to questions. I have a sense there will be plenty to come. We have many come through already, as you would imagine, so we'll get through some of those. But of course, the microphone's here, people are already queuing up to ask some points. Home Secretary, let's just start, and I make no apologies for the fairly route one nature of this one to begin with, but a kind of overarching observation. What party of law and order, as you put it, cuts 20,000 police officers?
We're a party that defends the budget of the police. We made sure that the police budget was frozen from 2015 to 2019, protected even, in a time when we are in an era where, in 2010, we were borrowing £1 in every 4. I know that people don't want to be drawn into issues to do with the wider economy necessarily, but the fact is, it's not good for communities, for your families, if we're running a weak economy. We need to pay down the deficit, which is why we had to make some cuts and make sure that we had public sector pay restraint. what I would say is that crime fell despite the fact that the number of police officers fell. And I believe that that is due to some of the great leadership we saw amongst police groups, and to do with the investment that was made around policing. And it's still going on, such as with the Police Transformation Fund. So I believe we can stand on the record of working closely with the police, helping you work towards cutting crime, which you have done so effectively, and making sure that in the last spending round, we did protect the police budget.
I don't know if you had a chance to speak with your police minister since he was here just yesterday, but we went over some of this ground about crime going down and crime going up. There has, of course, been a significant increase in knife and gun crime. But many people correlating, question here from Stephen in South Wales on that very point, correlating that with various things. Stop and search will be one, but also police numbers. If there aren't the numbers, then clearly there aren't the amount of people who can tackle crime.
Well, Ian, the biggest fall in crime, particularly in violent crime, happened when the cuts came in initially in 2010, 11, 12. So I don't think there is a correlation there necessarily. What I do think is that I absolutely acknowledge that in the past year there's been a rise in some elements of violent crime, although the Independent Crime Survey, and people have different experiences, but it's right to rely on an independent crime survey, say part of that is more reporting, because people have more confidence in the police. So it's right that we see more reporting, that's good, but some of that violent crime, particularly knife crime, has gone up. And I am working to try and find out what else we can do to support, in London, the Commissioner, and in other areas, the Chief Constables and the PCCs, to see what can be done to address this. It's not just about numbers, and I speak to the Chief Constables and to the Commissioner, and some of the areas that we're looking at is obviously gang-related. The belief is that in London, 25% of the knife crimes are gang-related, so there's more we can do there. But it's also trying to work out why young people particularly are feeling the need to carry knives. Now, you mentioned stop and search. Again, when stop and search was first reduced, violent crime was continuing to fall. So there's not a direct correlation there. Stop and search has a role to play, and appropriately used, it is an essential part of a police tool. But I don't think we should rush to conclusions about why this is happening, but I'm very committed to making sure that I do work with Chief Constables and Police and Crime Commissioners, and in London particularly, the new Commissioner, to see what else we can do to support trying to bring that down again.
Let's take a question from the floor. Mike 2 at the front, sir.
Home Secretary, my name's Scott Davis. I'm a West Midlands police officer. Cutting crime, no more, no less, was a short-sighted view from the previous Home Secretary, but was a step in the right direction. However, I've witnessed it go to the other extreme. We're inundated with things that have nothing to do with the police, but as a service, we still try and pick up everything that's reported to us, and we make it work for fear of criticism and accountability. I think it's time we started pushing back. It needs to be cut out before it even becomes a police matter or even considered part of a police contact. Home Secretary, my question is, in light of huge budget cuts to the police in recent years, what plans are in place to alleviate the burden placed upon officers, call handlers and West Midlands Police, and certainly police forces as a whole, to divert non-police matters away from us?
Okay, well, as I said in my speech, it's not for Westminster, it's not for me to tell you or your Chief Constable how to run the police, how to manage that. We will always support the Chief Constables and the PCCs to make sure that they have, I believe, the right funds and the right tools, and encourage them to bid into the Police Transformation Fund when they have good ideas or proposals that might really help deliver on the ground. So I hope that they will be addressing exactly that issue, which is to make sure that the police are there to focus on the areas that they really need to, the crime that is on the ground, or indeed the elements in society that are starting to produce more crime. So some visible policing, and I know some preventative work that some police forces do very well.
Thank you.
I'm not sure that's really answered your question. Have I missed something? Do you want to add to that?
Well, like I said, cutting crime is our sole purpose, and it was a step in the right direction, although you've alluded yourself it was short-sighted in terms of we save lives as well. We go into burning houses.
Yeah.
We deal with other things that perhaps the public don't generally see. From my perspective, I've worked the streets, I've recently moved to forced contact, so I'm now seeing the other side of things and the calls that we actually take and get, and I'm looking at them thinking this really has nothing to do with us, but for fear of criticism, we pick it up and we try and do something with it, when actually it should never come to us in the first place, but secondly, if it does come to us, then we should be saying, no, we're not doing this, this isn't our job, this needs to go somewhere else. But that's not happening.
So the police essentially picking up other agencies and services, social services, mental health issues, those kind of things?
Well, on mental health, I hope that we're making good progress. You know, we've got this £50 million investment to make sure that there are different places for safety. And in fact, there's a 50% reduction on people using police cells as the first point during a mental health crisis. I accept your point, and I think there's more we can do. We've set up some hotlines, some telephone lines in terms of being able to divert, particularly on fraud, which sometimes helps. But perhaps that's an area we could look at if we do get re-elected after June the 8th. Thank you.
Steve White, did you want to come back in on this, Chairman?
I just wanted a bit of clarity, really. And it was something that you said in your answer there. It was something that the police minister said yesterday. And this is about the Home Office and the Home Secretary no longer runs policing. And what you've said just there in relation to you're listening to the police service in terms of what it needs. The people in this room represent 120,000 police officers. And I have to say that speaking to PCCs and chief constables, I know that this is a common view. If you say that you are running the police services down to the police service, and the police service is saying, we can't cope, we need more officers and we need investment, is that something that you would consider? Because it just doesn't make sense. On the one hand, you're saying we're going to listen to you and, it's down for the police service to do it and we're going to provide the resources. We say we need more resources and you say, well, it's not down to us. And I just want some clarity over that. Can you give a commitment that if you are re-elected, and I guess to a certain extent, this is where you've got a certain amount of leeway, if you are elected, are we going to see investment in the police service? Because it links in with the question there. We either invest or we divest, and you can't keep fudging it and saying it's down to chiefs when they don't have the money.
Okay, let me give that. Let me give that a two-part answer. First of all, on the money, we have made the commitment to maintain the police budget from 2015 to 2019-20. So that I expect to continue. Our manifesto is coming out shortly. Unfortunately, I don't have much leeway, as the manifesto, as I say, comes out tomorrow. Secondly, on what else we can do as a government, as a potential government, around supporting the police, I believe is giving local independence, and I do believe it's right to say it's not for us in Westminster to send out diktats, because I don't think that was the right way for policing to be run. It should be locally run, and the chief constables working with the PCC is the right way forward. But there are other elements that we can do as government to try and support policing, and I would give two examples, perhaps. First of all, the National College of Policing, which works to make sure that there is sufficient training so that as crime changes, policemen and women can be properly trained in order to keep their skills up, but also to make sure they can deal with the varied modern crime. So that we support. And the second thing is something I also spoke about in my earlier speech, which is about cybercrime, which we saw a lot of over the past week. We're going to see more of it. It's going to get increasingly sophisticated. Again, there is training available. That's at the National College of Policing. There's 2 separate courses on cyber. I think that that's an element that the government does independently of the local policing to make sure that you are able to access the best training so that you can have the best skills in dealing with crime as it changes. And we also set up the National Cybercrime Centre, which we invested £1.9 billion in, to make sure that we have the skills and the expertise to support police officers when they need it in cyber, but also to make sure the country as a whole, your families, your friends' businesses are also protected from the cyber onslaught. So there is a role, an important role for government, but in terms of locally run policing, those decisions are for the Chief and the Police and Crime Commissioner.
So I think what you're trying to say is no. I think.
But I'm trying to say, no, that's not the whole story, Steve.
But no to any pay rises.
Well, It's not for me to offer a pay rise.
Do you agree with the 2.8 principle that Steve alluded to in his speech? The Remuneration Committee recommended 2.8%. Does that sound to you?
I think it's important to have a remuneration committee, but I would point out that the public sector pay rise has been fixed at 1%. I understand that's difficult. I understand it's unwelcome. We need to have a stronger economy, and so there has to be public sector pay restraint. The Chief Constables are also looking at redoing pay to make sure they come up with new standards which are based on qualifications and responsibilities. I hope that will go some way too to allowing more opportunities for earning more on the basis of skills.
Is there any way you can aspire to that 2.8% over the next 5 years if you're elected on June the 8th?
Well, the 1% pay freeze is in place till 2019-20, so I don't want to mislead anybody.
But that's just people that stand in the way of that, isn't it? There's no sort of law of physics that says it can't change. It could change if you wanted it to.
You tempt me to make a commitment that I couldn't possibly give, but I won't do that. It's not for me to make. Have you met the Chancellor?
Not this one.
No. We've got the 1% public sector pay restraint, and it's going to remain there till 2019-20.
And does that include politicians?
Well, there was an expenses scandal before I became a Member of Parliament, and the pay of politicians, MPs, was put into the hand of an independent regulator. So we have, thankfully, nothing to do with it. Ministers' salaries were cut, but MPs are not allowed to have anything to do with their own pay.
If you give me a moment while I just weep quietly at the podium over that. But what a lovely collection of flat screens they have. There is that. Let's go to another question. Number 4 at the microphone.
Thank you.
Sir.
Home Secretary, John Apter from Hampshire Police Federation. And this follows on quite nicely from your comments just now. Austerity in policing, except it's been all over the public sector, but we're talking about police officers, with the impact of the pay freeze and the pay cap, the pension changes, the terms and conditions have changed. Let me tell you the reality in my force. This is one force. We have a force welfare fund, which is a charity. And we are now seeing police officers come to that charity for food vouchers. And that's not to have luxuries, that's to put food on the table or to put fuel in the car so they can get to work. So in the words that you used in your speech, Home Secretary, is that right for the public and is that right for the country?
I'm sorry to hear that. I understand that must be difficult for the police officers and indeed for their families. The average police officer's earnings is about £40,000 a year. So I'm surprised to hear that. That's what I'm told, that the salaries and the overtime. I haven't quite won the room over yet. Perhaps I better have further conversations about that. But I would come back to the point again, I don't want to make misleading commitments about pay. We are still living in a time when the government is borrowing £58 billion a year. We have to make sure that we get those numbers down, to make sure that we pay off the deficit and get back to a stronger economy. You have families, we need to have the money to invest in schools as well. We have to make sure we continue to limit the expenditure we have on public in order to make sure that we protect the economy, which is going to be better for everybody, for your communities, for your families as well.
Just a reminder as well, we were hoping actually to take some Skype questions live onto the screen. There does seem to be a bit of a technical breakdown in bringing you those. We can bring you the questions, which we'll do that in a couple of moments, but I'm not sure we're going to actually see the faces of everybody. So there will be no Skype, but we will have the questions, I'm just being told. Another question from the floor, mic 1. Yes, sir.
Home Secretary, Nigel Mortimer from West Mercia. On a daily basis, I deal with officers who find themselves under investigation. And they're under investigation for not only months, but years. The government recently brought in a 28-day bail for criminals under investigation. What reassurances or what can you do to try and influence and cut down the length of time that officers find themselves under investigation because CPS can't be bothered to read the files or the IPCC can't do an investigation?
Thank you. It's a very good question, and Steve raised it, of course, in his speech as well. I would like to see the IPCC act much more quickly. I mean, I share your view that I think it's disgraceful that some people are kept on suspension for, I think in one case, 6 years. So what we've done is set up a new board to replace the IPCC, and it's not just a change to the name on the door. We've put in more funds, we've increased the number of staff and given new direction to make sure that those processes are much swifter, and I will be keeping a careful watch of it to make sure that that does happen. In terms of the 28 days bail, which I know has been of concern to some people, I would point out that that can be extended by superintendents. So, if at the end of 28 days it needs to be extended, it can. It only needs to go to a judge after 3 months. So I hope that there are the tools in place there to make sure that where necessary, that period can be extended.
Can we just get those 2 Skype questions up as well? I think we can see those. The first one from Sergeant Louise Bates in Bedfordshire. It says, Home Secretary, a number of my colleagues have been assaulted while on duty protecting the public. For some, this has resulted in ongoing mental health illnesses, such as PTSD, resulting in them being away from the workplace. Consequently, these officers left still have to meet the demands with dwindling numbers. In part, this has to do with the chronic underfunding of Bedfordshire Police. How will you pledge to support officers who are injured on duty, and also to review the funding our county receives?
Well, I mean, I think that mental health issues are incredibly important that we deal with them effectively to support people. You will have seen that the Prime Minister has stepped up just last week saying how we want to have new legislation to protect people at work when they have mental health difficulties. 1 in 6 of us may well have, is expected to have a mental health difficulty. And I know that Steve has been particularly vocal in making sure that we get more support for officers who've had difficult situations which have resulted in mental health difficulties. And as I said earlier, he's put a bid into the Police Transformation Fund, and I'm keen to support it and hope to be able to do that if I'm re-elected and reappointed after June the 8th. I know how important it is, and that's exactly the sort of initiative that I believe the Police Transformation Fund is for.
And Steve, would you concur that next to the issue of pay that we've talked about, that the mental health issue is right now right up there?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, certainly the issue of welfare in the service, and we've already been talking about it this week, it is gaining traction at long last. But of course, really what we need is to make sure that police officers, whether they be in Cumbria, Clacton-on-Sea or down in Cornwall, all benefit from a level of care regardless of particular issues in their own force. And I think this could be truly transformational if it works. And hopefully, I'll hold the Home Secretary to what she's said in terms of supporting the bid if she is re-elected.
And I hope that, well, one of the things we have been talking about as a government and now as a party wanting to be re-elected is the importance of supporting people with mental health difficulties. We've all talked about parity of esteem for the past few years, but in Theresa May and in myself, I hope you'll see people who will really want to support that.
I think the other Skype question, which we have now, comes in a similar vein. Inspector Paul Bennett from Northumbria says, Home Secretary, do you accept there is a direct link between officer workload, their mental health and morale? What are you going to do to help us?
Well, I hope that answers part of that the Inspector
Do you acknowledge the
question.
link?
Sorry?
Do you acknowledge the link between workload, morale and mental health?
Well, I think I would acknowledge that in any form of work, whether you're in policing or any other emergency service or any other walk of life. We all need to get a work-life balance of some sort, and I think with policing on the front line and the sort of events and situations we've seen in the past, even more so. I do acknowledge it, yes.
Let's take another question. I think we're down to mic 2 on this side.
Thank you. Aj Secker from Avon, Somerset. If you could keep saying that crime is down, I might as well say I'm the chief ballerina for the Bolshoi Ballet. I mean, both are untrue. But my point is that you keep saying that you want to tell our chief constables about the reality of us attending various jobs and incidents and what have you. What we want, Home Secretary, is for you to tell the public that we don't have the capacity to deal with your incidents. The shoplifters and you had your car broken into again. We don't have the capacity to do that. It's all very well you saying our chief constables have to tell the public that. We have to tell the public that, us frontline police officers. We want you to be honest with the public. We want you to tell them that we're 20,000 cops, fewer now than we were a couple of years or so ago. We want you to tell them that we can't go to some of their cries for help because, dare I say, because of your policies. We want you to be honest with the public.
Well, I recognise your inability to attend the Bolshoi Ballet. However, people have different experiences of crime, but there is the independent crime survey. Now, you may shake your head at it, but I may have different views. You may all here have different views about whether crime is up and down. But there is a survey, it is independent, and it has stated very clearly that until the recent rise in violent crime over the past year, which is a different issue which we do need to address, crime has been falling and has fallen by a third. Now, there's no point having an independent...
Some crime.
No, I would urge you to go back and look at it. Over that period, it has fallen. In terms of what you can and can't do, I would also refer you to the Peel reports, which have shown different areas having very different successes. So some of them, some areas are able to have really strong responses. They are doing all the different elements you're referring to. And sometimes these are not the forces with the largest amounts of money. What they've got is excellent leadership. So I don't wholly agree with your interpretation that it's all about numbers and money. I think it's just as much about great leadership being able to deliver with a tighter budget.
Back to the top on this side, Mike.
Singleton, Merseyside, please. Home Secretary, you said in your speech that you've protected police budgets going forward to 2020. Could you just explain to me then why my Chief Constable, who's already had to find £80 million worth of savings since 2011, still has to find over £16 million from his budget in the next 3 years?
Well, I'm afraid I don't know the individual budgets of the different police forces and the one that you're referring to. The fact is, we have protected the police budget from 2015 to 2019-20, and it's guaranteed, and the precept has to be raised as well, but most chief constables will acknowledge that is the situation. Additionally, there's the funds from the police transformation bond that they can bid into. If you want to write to me or come and see me or come through Steve, whatever you want, after June the 8th, if I am in position, I will, of course, discuss it with you.
I might just do that, Home Secretary.
Thank you.
We have a question on mic 4 at the back.
Nick Smart, Chair of West Yorkshire Home Secretary. I'm just going to pick up on a point around crime and demand because I find it extremely frustrating. The fixation on running crime down ignores the fact that demand is exploding. The HMIC says we can't cope with demand. We don't have enough staff. Demand is complex. I covered PACE this weekend in Happy Valley. You might have seen it on TV. And within 30 minutes of turning up, my response inspector is breaking down in front of me, going off sick with stress because of the hundreds of outstanding calls. I walk into custody and it looks more like an A&E ward with all the stuff on the, the mental health issues with staff. I've got staff down at the hospital looking after suicidal individuals who get released with a checklist of saying they are highly suicidal, and just because they're in police care, they release them to us, bring them back to their cells, so they are coming back into custody. We have to get crisis team out. I've got officers having no meal breaks, working extended tours. That is the reality of policing, day in, day out, not just in West Yorkshire, West Mids, the Met, wherever. There are not enough cops to deal with the demand. So I'm going to ask you, as Steve has tried to ask you, are you going to invest in the police service with greater budgets for chief constables? Because the bright individuals, they're robbing Peter to pay Paul. They don't have the money to deal with the demand or what the public expect, and we need more cops. Will you give us more money, more cops?
I'm sorry to hear the description you've made of the situation in your force. I have been round visiting a number of forces over the past 8 or 9 months. I haven't seen a situation like that. I understand. No, I mean, this is a real crisis situation you've described to me, which does sound very punishing. Sorry, I thought we were going to come back.
It's a crisis across the country, not just in... I'm not saying my force is at crisis, far from it. We have some very bright, talented senior officers who know the state of policing, know the priorities have to be juggled. They don't have the money or the cops to do it. And the reality is exactly what I've just described. It's happening everywhere. And if you're saying, if you are being told it's not happening, you need to change your advisors. Come to West Yorkshire, come to West Mids, go to the Met, and see what the boroughs and the strains and staff are under. Go into custody. Look at the other agencies, the NHS, social care, that are placing ridiculous demands on missing people, mental health. You know, I would say less than 50% of cops on the front line actually deal with crime on a daily basis because of all the other demands from other services. We are the service of first resort. And until you resolve that as Home Secretary and tell these other agencies not to place that burden on us, we are always on the back foot.
OK, well, we are trying to address... We are trying to address the issue of making sure that the police services aren't the agency for every issue going around, particularly on mental health. That's why we've taken steps to make sure that police cells aren't used as a first place of safety on mental health, and we're doing other trials around as well. Let me just answer this very simply by accepting your invitation to come up to West Yorkshire, should I be in the post after June the 8th. And let me also tell you that I do not sit back and listen to my advisors. I do go out as well and visit other places, and I'll make sure that I do, number 4, after June the 8th, if I get elected. Nick, thank you very much.
Thank you. Cheers.
Do you listen to police officers as well?
Of course.
Because, I mean, the kind of question that we had there from Nick and others, of course, have been, these aren't occasional anecdotes. These aren't just sort of minor little grumbles here and there. This is a theme. It's a narrative. Some would even say it's an epidemic in policing at the moment. The shortage of, the challenges, the multiple agency issues that are placed upon the police, as was just described there. This is way beyond, surely, what your government thought would happen if you reduced police officer numbers.
Well, the focus was always on, and should always be, on reducing crime, and that has been, despite what some people's views is, largely a success. In terms of listening to police officers, I do listen to police officers, but I also listen to some of their huge enthusiasm and excitement about what else they can do to address the changing needs of the public, and how to get investment for different types of crime that we're increasingly seeing. But of course, we will also listen to the police officers.
But isn't it true that somewhere along the line somebody came up with this number of X amount in the budget, which equated to 20,000 cops, and someone in your a predecessor in your department, somebody in the last government said, we think we can get away with it, and actually you've been rumbled?
No, I don't accept that at all. But what I would bring us back to, too, is that was part of a budget from 2010, 2015, 2015, 19, 20. The budget has been protected, and I hope that we'll be able to work well together.
But it's the wrong budget to protect. That's the problem, isn't it? It's
not really, no. It's the budget we're in.
Okay, you say the budget we're in now is absolutely fine. All of the grumbles about the amount of money that isn't there are fictitious.
No, I can see, I'm listening, that there are difficulties that people are having. But you're saying to me, are you cutting budgets? And I'm saying, no, the budget has been protected till 1920.
But my point was the budget wrong in the first place? Were the cuts and the aspirations to reduce numbers?
I'm in the business of trying to make sure that the present works and the future works. Let's not go back over 2010-15.
OK. Or to 2019, where the same...
As I said, it's been protected,
it's protected, but at that rate?
At that rate.
OK. Steve, did you want to come back in on that? Because obviously, again, the issue that Nick just raised resonates, I think, across probably all police forces and with all police officers.
Sorry, me? I thought you were asking
Steve. Sorry.
Sorry, I was miles away. I was having a cough. but I'm sure the answer is yes.
Let's take a question from the app. This comes from Dominic, who's from Staffordshire, who says, why don't the Cabinet and MPs show a bit of solidarity with the rest of the public sector workers and abide by the same kind of pay restraint, which goes back to the issue of MPs' pay restraint. I think you've sort of addressed that. Craig in West Yorkshire, Home Secretary, are you aware that welfare intervention in the form of counselling is a taxable benefit for employees? As such, if an officer receives counselling above a certain value, they are subject to a benefit in kind bill. Will you agree to look at this issue with HMRC?
Yes.
Succinct. Let's take another question. Thank you. Succinct on mic 3.
Yeah, Home Secretary, it's Andy from Norfolk. I just want to follow up what Nick has described. We're from Norfolk and we're a reasonably small force, but it's the same issue in regards that officers, you're relying on goodwill. The officers that we've lost, you've got officers working long hours without a break. I've sat here in the hall and I've had 3 texts from our resource management unit begging officers to go in on overtime because they cannot fill the gaps. And officers are continuing this cycle that they don't want the overtime, so our force is struggling. And our chief can only supply a certain amount of officers to our SNTs. We've got beat managers that are not doing beat work in the community, being proactive. We've got officers back onto response. We're just firefighting, and officers have had enough.
Right, well, I mean... Andy, I don't have the answers to that. I think that I'd better go on a tour round after June the 8th to come and see you after I've seen Ian.
Do you want to just come back, Andy, on it?
Yeah, I'm going to take a guess that when you arrive at a force, they've probably got quite a few officers on overtime that wouldn't normally have. That CADs are the jobs that come in are withheld from officers, so you'd probably go on a walk around. So I'd implore you to perhaps put a surprise visit in and actually see how it actually is going on in forces.
Andy, you're going to be my first surprise visit.
Steve.
I was just going to say, and certainly in terms of facilitating that, I know it's easy sometimes to just go to Chief Constables, but the Police Federation is 43 forces. Come to me. I'll make sure that we can arrange that to happen.
OK, thank you.
Another question. Mic 2 at the front, sir.
Home Secretary Simon Newport from North Wales. It's not a question as such. I'd just like to advise you that the starting salary for an MP is £75,000. Starting salary for a police officer is £19,500. We are seeing police officers that are using food banks, looking for help and welfare support, charities, etc. We have very stringent rules on second jobs. We come under different regulations. We're not allowed to take up second occupations. Yourselves as MPs can sit on committees, etc., and take second jobs. We've seen that with Mr Osborne recently with the Standard newspaper. Officers are so locked down with what they can do. Whilst they're being a police officer, the opportunity for them to earn extra money is very, very limited, if not extinct. Can I ask that if you are re-elected on the 6th, that you look at the rules and regulations with police officers to allow them to do second jobs, whilst you say that the pay freeze is in force until 2019-2020. Police officers out there are struggling. They need second occupations to make their families work.
Well, thank you very much for that comment, and I will certainly, I'll certainly consider it. Yeah, I'll think about what the pros and cons might be. I expect that there are people who've been in the police force for many years who might take a different view, but I'm certainly willing to discuss it and find out what the balances would be that would work and wouldn't. Thank you.
Thank you.
Question from Ashley, and this touches, Steve, on what you were talking about in your speech about Taser. If they're freezing the budgets, then where will the funding for Taser come from? Home Secretary, are you able to address
that? I think Tasers are an important part of protecting the protectors, and that's why we have introduced the new Taser. And it's really up to the local police forces to decide whether they want to apply for them and give them to their police officers. To be frank, they have different views about them. So at the moment, we will see how many of them take them up. it's not as wide as you might think, but if we can wait until see how the new taser rolls out, how it is taken up, I will have to come back to that in a few months' time, I hope.
Steve, how do you see that panning out? You raised it in your speech.
Well, as I said in my speech, you know, this idea that some chief constables have that by having taser you're going to break down relationships with the community just isn't borne out by the evidence. It's not borne out by the evidence when we ask the public, which is something that we don't seem to have done. When 89% of people said actually it would make absolutely no difference if people were carrying taser. I accept your point. It is an operational decision for chief officers. But of course also chief officers look at the piece of kit, they look at the amount of money, and they say, you know, where can I get the best value for that? We're saying that chief officers shouldn't have to decide between balancing the budget and protecting the officers. Taser has been proved to work. The chief constables need the confidence that there is going to be some central resource from government to protect our officers. We're not asking for a huge amount. It's such a small thing. And yet our members and the public are saying that we should have it. Most members of the public think we've all got it anyway. And they're really surprised when they find out that we don't have it. And I think this idea, as I say, with some chief constables, they've got to be given the confidence that they haven't got to choose between balancing their budgets and protecting police officers. I will be first up, front and centre, the next time a police officer is badly injured or even worse, God forbid, if potentially it could have been prevented if taser had been available when it was needed.
Okay, I mean, let me say that I'd like to test that a bit with the chief constables, and will certainly do so if I have the opportunity after June.
And I just want to add this thing. It's not the chiefs that are out there doing this. It's our members. It's not the chiefs. It's our members, and our members saying they need the kit.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mike 4.
Home Secretary, I'm Mike Stubbs from North Yorkshire. We're a small rural force, but even in our force, in the last few months, numerous officers have suffered the degrading and humiliating experience of being spat at in the face. Now, we heard from your counterpart yesterday. She got about as lost on that subject as she did on the stage afterwards. Home Secretary, can I ask you, I suppose a question in 3 parts. Do you understand what spit guards are? Do you understand why they're necessary? And will you support and back chief constables who choose to issue them?
Yes, yes, yes.
Thank you. So that's how you answer the spit guard question. Right. Here's a question from Will in North Yorkshire who says, just a point, regardless of whether the British Crime Service suggests a decline in crime, police officers have to deal with recorded crime, and the only thing dropping there is the number of officers to deal with it.
Okay. So this is an interesting question. That the number, this is again, ties in with the gentleman's point about demand again, and whether there's anything else we can do to divert the demand rather than the actual crime being committed. And I think that's an interesting point, and I think that we should look more, and I will certainly take that forward, about whether there's anything we can do to have demand recorded in a different way, rather than having going straight to the front line, which is feeling overloaded.
Thank you. Mike 3.
Home Secretary Phil Matthews from the National Board. Whilst you've talked about money, and we recognise that money is tight, just a slight reality check. A number of forces, it's not held the same. They're actually still got budget cuts ongoing now and over the next few years. I've just spoke to a colleague at Leicestershire. They've got a £10 million shortfall, so there's still money coming out of the system. But can I ask you for your commitment, and a commitment that won't cost you a penny, to show your support for our members and the police officers up and down this country to devote some parliamentary time to looking at increasing sentences for those that assault our members, the police officers that are out there trying to keep you all safe.
So can I just answer that by looking at the current situation now, which is all assaults on any public servants are treated as an aggravated crime. In addition to that, what we have done is requested that any assaults on police officers are recorded separately, so we can make sure we know, everybody knows exactly what's going on. And my colleague, Brandon Lewis, who you saw yesterday, has engaged with the Sentencing Council to ensure that any assault on a police officer is particularly is considered as an aggravated crime, so that sentencing is already reflects the fact that an assault on a police officer is aggravated, and the sentencing should make sure that that is considered as part of the punishment. So I think we have the legislation in place to do that, but I will certainly keep it under review and make sure that we keep looking at the amount of crimes that there are against police officers and whether there is a need for any additional legislation.
Especially to be supporting Karen. Karen embodies everything we stand for in terms of the Labour Party. A nurse, someone who, if she doesn't mind me saying, has also gone through personal tragedy and devoted her life to caring for others. That embodies all those values of the Labour Party. She's served this community as a local councillor over the years, a proven track record of standing up for the... Exactly, did you hear that? Done more for Lincoln than any Tory. This is the person we want to represent this area because she comes from the grassroots, she's a community socialist, and she believes that if we can have a Labour government, we can give this community a future that it deserves. So support Karen in this coming election campaign. Look, we launched our manifesto yesterday. Some of you may have seen it, may have read it. I tell you, I'm so proud of Jeremy's manifesto yesterday. What did it say? I tell you, from economic terms, just as the person who's going to be the Chancellor, from economic terms, it was a decisive break with what we call neoliberalism. You know, that idea that somehow wealth will trickle down from the rich if you cut the taxes to the rich and the corporations. And we know that theory has failed. Why? Because 1.25 million people last year had to go to food banks in this country, which is the 5th richest country in the world. What do you call that? I call that a disgrace. So we now have a government that can't feed its population. But we also, you know, we're the only developed country where the economy is beginning to grow again, but wages are falling or static. Why is that? It's because wages are so low in this country. Wages are low. Jobs are insecure with the growth of zero-hours contracts, and the pressure put upon workers as a result of the lack of trade union rights. So we have a government that can't feed its population, can't provide them with decent jobs in which they can, well, support their families. But you know, exactly. And did you hear this, lady? We now have nearly 2 million pensioners living in poverty. And then we also the disgrace of the attack that they had on the WASPy women as well. But also, you tell me what it's like in this area, but right the way across the country now we have a housing crisis. We have homelessness doubling. We have waiting lists, huge waiting lists where people have no prospect of a decent roof over their heads. Exactly. Well, exactly that. Local councils, Labour councils, doing their best to build houses but held back by a Tory government. So we have a government that can't feed its population, can't ensure they have work which pays a decent wage, and a government that can't even house its population. That's why yesterday we said this. We will introduce a fair taxation system. We will tackle the tax avoidance and evasion. We will ensure that the corporations and the rich pay their taxes once and for all. But we'll have a fair taxation system where we ask, well, the top 5% earners just to pay a modest sum more. Why? Because we want to invest in our community. And the way we'll invest is this. We'll invest in the housing that we need. 1 million new homes. Half of them, let's use the word and be proud of it, council homes once again. And we'll invest in our NHS. We'll make sure that nurses, as the RCN, the Royal College of Nurses, exposed only a couple of weeks ago, Our nurses, 11% pay cut over the last 7 years. Some of them having to go to food banks to survive. I tell you this now, we'll invest in the NHS. $6 billion we're going to put in there. We're going to lift the pay cap so people are properly paid. And above all else, we're going to end the privatisation of the NHS that's going on under this government. But you know, we want a future for our youngsters too. And we know now what the Tories have done to our school budgets. The worst cuts since the 1970s. The last time they had cuts like this in terms of per capita budgets in schools, I had dark hair down to my shoulders, I rode a motorbike and wore flares. The 1970s. Oh, Deborah, you don't want to watch, you don't want to watch. But also, you know, we're in a situation where our youngsters, working class kids and others go to university and come out with debts 40,000, 50,000, saddled with debt for the rest of their lives. So we're saying this, yes, we will. We'll use the taxation system to introduce a fair taxation system, and we'll invest in our schools. We'll end the budget cuts, but also to give our young people a future, we'll end tuition fees once and for all. Why is that? Because we believe, it's fundamental to our beliefs, that education is a gift from one generation to another. It is not a commodity to be bought and sold. The woman said here, education is a right, a right. But you know also we need to lift people out of poverty, and that means a decent wage, a real living wage. That's why we've said when we go back into government in June, we will introduce, first of all, £10 an hour, a real living wage. But also, to protect that living wage, we'll restore trade union rights in this country. And this is not asking for the earth. This is not radical by any means. We just want the same trade union rights that are enjoyed right the way across Europe. We want a government that will abide by International Labour Organization conventions so that people are protected at work from day one. And the first start of that will be within the first 100 days of a Labour government. We will scrap the Tories Trade Union Act once and for all. So what will that provide people with? Well, provide them with education, a start in life with free childcare developed over time. It will ensure our children are not saddled with debt when they stay on at school or take up that skill training. It will ensure that when they go to work they have a decent wage, and at the same time they have a decent roof over their heads. That's the society we want to create, and we can do it. It just means, yes, in Jeremy's style of leadership, bringing people together to build consensus, to make sure we have a leader who is honest and decent and principled, and yes, strong by building strength in others. The man here said, what about keeping the triple lock for pensioners? We've committed ourselves to the triple lock. Shall I tell you why? Because for 30 years I've been campaigning on this. When Thatcher broke the link between earnings and pensions, it forced many pensioners into poverty. That's why we supported the triple lock, to protect pensioners for the long-term future. We will not go backwards. But let me just say this finally as well. Today the Tories had a press conference at Canary Wharf on private property where individuals, members of the public, couldn't go. Theresa May and Philip Hammond hiding from the public, hiding from the debate. Jeremy Corbyn has made it clear to Theresa May, why can't we have a televised debate about the future of our country? What's she frightened of? It happened in France. It's part of democracy, isn't it? But let me say this also. Philip Hammond today, I know he's fallen out with Theresa May, and she wouldn't confirm whether he'd stay on as Chancellor if they got re-elected. So he might not be there for long. But let me say this, over this next couple of weeks, if he is still there, I'm challenging him to a televised debate. He's talking rubbish about our manifesto and our costings this morning, so I want to challenge him to a televised debate. Draw him out. If he's confident about his figures, come and debate them with me. Wherever he wants, whatever time he wants. That's the challenge to the Tories. We've got a lot of work to do. We know the polls at the moment. We know what they're like. To be frank, don't believe them. I think there's a rumbling, a subterranean rumbling at the moment, where people are saying we want change. And do you know also, I just say this too, this could be a young person's election. There's large numbers of young people who are registering, for the first time interested in politics, want to have their say. So I believe in this next few weeks, we can do it. If we're determined, and to be frank, yes, if we're courageous, if we knock on those doors, if we get our message across, ignore the trivia in the media, get the debate out on our policies, because this manifesto is a manifesto that can transform and rebuild our country. Who for? For the many and not the few. Solidarity.
Thanks a lot. I never wanted to, and I want to like you. We're going to start. We're going to come to you first. I'm going to vote. Always do. I did do it before. Right, so I want to know, once you get in power, are you going to do away with all this contract on hours?
0 hours contract.
Because we on the building site are getting no end of these zero contracts. And Karen knows as well as I do. It's not good enough. The people are there and they're not good enough to work because they're not bothered because they're just getting nothing. It's not right on
Well,
that.
it's insecure, isn't it? We're going to get rid of 0 hours contracts, but we're also going to get rid of bogus self-employment and the umbrella companies too that are used on that. I got on the tube about a couple of months ago. A bloke sat beside me. He used to work for Tube Lines doing the track. They went bust. He's now employed basically by an agency, so he doesn't know from one day to the next.
That's it.
Hi, Ollie.
Right.
Oh, hi.
Right,
Great. Good.
Sorry, am I
More environment policies.
Yep, okay. Yeah,
Jason.
Yeah,
We can do it at the bus today.
Behind those paragraphs in the manifesto, there's a good animal rights. You know we're just... I'm ready, yeah. I'll just grab the You go full side. Thanks,
And don't let bloody Blair back in.
Thanks.
So also, John, I've got a question for you, mate. How quickly will you scrap 0 hour contracts?
The early legislation we want to bring forward an employment rights bill very early on in the
That's
first
why I'm
session.
struggling to find work for the Tories in their bloody 0 hour
Well, there's
contracts.
1 million people out there on 0 hours now. Okay.
You ready?
Hi.
Hi, John. Thanks very much. Len McCluskey says he can't win. What do you think?
Well, Len this morning is more optimistic and he's made that statement.
Over the course of one
Well,
evening.
what's happened was that people were looking at the opinion polls, and of course, exactly like Tom Watson said, on these opinion polls, we know how difficult it is, but we can turn this round in the last few weeks. You're seeing the opinion polls begin to move. In addition to that, there's an underlying subterranean support now that's coming out. It's quite remarkable.
There's a 58 billion black hole in your budget, according to the Conservatives.
Well, I'm saying to Philip Hammond that...
Okay,
let me respond. Okay, what he's done, and I find this extraordinary for a Chancellor of the Exchequer, is that he can't tell the difference between revenue and capital. Now, that is absolutely extraordinary. He's piled all the capital in there, and that, as he knows, you borrow for capital, but our fiscal rule says you do not borrow for day-to-day expenditure. If you split those up, what's interesting, let me just quote Philip Hammond to you from a month ago. Now's the time to borrow to invest in the infrastructure. Quote Philip Hammond.
I don't think he meant 58 billion.
Yeah, but what about people's rights? Sorry,
the 58 billion, let's just be clear, we have a programme over a 10-year period. Where did that programme idea come from?
Confederation of British Industry. That's how much we need.
How are you going to pay to service the debt?
Right. What we do is exactly like every other government, and this level of expenditure on our infrastructure is no different from past governments. Problem is, what this government has done is increased the debt by £700 billion for what? For failure.
How are you going to pay to service the additional debt? That's not in your manifesto.
What happens is that on that individual borrow, if you look at our CapEx programme, you'll see it's accommodated for during that period. And you'll see that the infrastructure projects that we're bringing forward are those recommended by most of the major business representative organisations.
Question.
Yes,
How are you servicing
in the normal
debt?
way? In the normal way.
Do you agree with the figure? You think the figure is correct?
What
they've
figure?
come up with, the 58 billion.
No,
That's
of
how
course
much.
it's not. No, what they've done is they've conflated capital with revenue.
It's a capital. Even if it's a capital figure,
Yeah, but
you agree with
the
it.
capital is over a 10-year period. We're putting £250 billion capex over a 10-year period.
Yeah, which is
That's no different from any government in the past. This government is increasing the debt. By the time it goes out of power this month, the debt will have been increased £700 billion for what? For paying for failure.
Do you think the IFS is right that you've slightly overcalculated on how much you'll get by bringing down the threshold?
What we've done is we've taken all the advice of different organisations, including the IFS, and we've built into it headroom so that if some areas do not bring the income, we've got that headroom
They
there.
say not enough headroom.
Well, we believe there is, and we've taken various range of advice. We've taken advice from a whole range of organisations. Our figures stack up. But let me just say this. If Philip Hammond doubts our figures, I'm now challenging him to a televised debate about our manifesto and our budget.
One last question. Wages are down. What do you say about
It's exactly as we predicted. The mismanagement of the economy by the Conservatives has meant increased inflation and stagnation, and in fact some wages going back as well. Workers now, since 2010, are 10% less than when the Tories came into power, workers' wages. That's scandalous mismanagement of the economy by this government. Sometimes, I wonder why the Prime Minister went for this general election now. I think she went for this general election now because she knows the chickens are coming home to roost with regard to her economic policies.
John McDonnell, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Nice
Don't
to talk
forget
to
the
you.
challenge to Philip Hammond, wherever he wants it.
We hope to see that on Sky
Well,
News.
we might not.
Vicky, I think we're ready when you're ready.
I'm cool, you know that? Do you know that? Seriously? Yeah. I'm cool camera. Right together. Fair enough. Sorry. I told you earlier on. You talk to me, mate.
Be nice to each other. Be nice to each other.
Ooh, yeah. Which way are we going? This way?
Thanks a lot.
Thanks a lot.
John, is Len McCluskey right that 200 seats would be a successful outcome?
Len's much more optimistic this morning, so we're looking for a win. We're going to win and form a Labour government. Thanks a lot. There's whale music. How you doing? All right. Stand away a little bit.
Might just have to shout. I think we might have to shout.
Oh, we might shout.
Okay. We're going to shout.
Okay, don't worry.
Can everybody hear me without the... Yes. Very good. Can I thank you all for waiting in the appalling pouring rain. I'm absolutely delighted to have my good friend John McDonnell here today to talk a little bit about our wonderful manifesto. This is the best Labour manifesto since 1945. And for those who are saying, oh, it's extreme left wing, I say you're talking utter nonsense. This is not a matter of left and right. This is a matter of right and wrong. And this country is going in the wrong direction. It can't be right that in one of the richest countries on the planet, that in Derby city centre every single night, we have people sleeping rough. We have hundreds of local families having to rely on food banks. We've got young people who come out of university with 30, 40, 50,000 pounds worth of debt. Young people can't get a decent roof over their head. Young people and others forced into zero-hour contracts on low, insecure pay. We will change that. We will make this economy work for ordinary people. And this manifesto is plain common sense. So let's get behind it. Let's sell it to the people of Derby North. Let's win Derby North, because the road to Downing Street goes straight through the middle of Derby North, and we'll win in Derby North, we'll win in the country, and we'll create a society that works for ordinary people. So give John McDonnell a great Derby welcome in this horrible pouring rain.
Thanks a lot, and I'm really sorry we were late. A tube train broke down in London and then we missed the train. That will never happen under a Labour government. Because we'll invest in our transport network, but also we'll bring rail back under public ownership and control. We'll renationalise the railways, because that's the way in which we can reduce fares, have an integrated system, an efficient system. So, apologies that I was so late, and I'm so pleased you've stuck around despite the elements themselves. The reason I wanted to come here is because one of the victories we need on election day is the return of one of the hardest working MPs that we've seen in Parliament for the Labour Party ever. Chris Williamson, for that whole period he was in Parliament, not only spoke up for the local community, but also he was one of the most progressive MPs when it came to the development of our environmental policies, and also in terms of the needs of the local community and the development of public services. So we need him back, just as we need a Labour government as well. Look, the launch of this manifesto, to be frank, is a significant shift in the history of this country. This is groundbreaking now. This manifesto, for the first time in a long period of time, puts aside neoliberal economics in this country. What does that mean? What are neoliberal economics? It's the theory of trickle-down economics,
that you cut the taxes for the rich and the corporations, and somehow wealth will cascade down into the community. It's failed, and you know it's failed. It's failed. Let's give some examples. 1.25 million people last year going to food banks because they live in poverty and can't put the food in the plates for their own children. 1.25 million. And yet this is the 5th richest country in the world. That's a disgrace, isn't it? Yeah. Absolute disgrace. So it's a government that can't feed its population. But in addition to that, as Chris has said, we have now a doubling of homelessness in this country at the moment. We have housing waiting lists where youngsters in particular have no prospect of a decent home. So we have a government that can't feed its population, can't house its population. And I tell you what's scandalous as well. We have people going to work, working hard, some of them working all hours God send. And because they haven't got a real living wage, well, we saw it with the nurses, didn't we? Royal College of Nurses only a few weeks ago saying nurses having to go to food banks themselves because of the low pay. And the insecurity amongst others with 0-hour contracts. And yes, unfortunately, exploitative employers as well. So we have a government that can't feed its population, can't house its population, and can't ensure they have decent incomes from the work that they do. That is now going to all come to an end under a Labour government in June. What we're going to do is we will have a fair taxation system. That means, yes, and the rich and the corporations will pay their taxes. We will clamp down on tax evaders and tax avoiders because we believe, yes, it is a responsibility that we all share to pay our taxes. And you know, we want a fair taxation system. That means, yes, we're asking the top 5% of earners just to pay a bit more. 95% of people will be guaranteed under Labour government. No increase in income tax, no increase in VAT, no increase in national insurance. But yes, also we'll ask the corporations to pay a bit more. We want to end the tax giveaways to the corporations that the Tories have given them. But we'll ensure when we increase corporation tax, it will still be the lowest in the G7. So we'll maintain our competitiveness in that way. And in that way, what can we do with that funding? What can we do? Well, we can invest in our economy, in our infrastructure, build the road, the rail, the alternative energy, and yes, new technology. And with that will come the high-skilled and high-paid jobs that we need in areas like this. But I tell you also, we'll invest in our public services. We'll invest in our health service so we will not have people treated on trolleys. And you know, sometimes a picture sums up the plight of an individual aspect of our society. And the picture that summed it up for me, some of you may have seen it, was that young child being treated in an NHS hospital on 2 plastic chairs put together. 5th richest country in the world. That should never happen to any child. But I tell you, in addition to investing in the NHS, we'll lift the pay cap so nurses and others in the public sector can be paid a proper living wage. And you know, one of the commitments that Jeremy Corbyn has given is that we will end the Tory privatisation of the NHS once and for all. We will no longer have the profiteers profiteering off the sick in this country. So yes, we'll invest in the NHS, but I tell you also, there's young people here. We've got young people supporting us. This is a young person's election coming up in June. But what we've got to do is make sure they have a future. That means making sure the budget cuts in our schools ends now. We will end the budget cuts in the schools. But also, you know, we want our youngsters to be able to go into skills training and higher education. And we're already seeing, as a result of the Tories' increase in tuition fees from 3,000 to 9,000, a drop-off in state-educated kids going to university. So what we will do, and this is a promise we will adhere to throughout, we will scrap tuition fees. But when people go to work, we want work to properly pay. You know, 2/3 of our children living in poverty
are in families where someone is at work. That cannot be right, can it? So we want to introduce a real living wage, and it will be £10 an hour so that people can afford to live in our society. But also, you know, when you get a decent wage, you have to protect it. And the best way of protecting it, you know, is join a trade union. So we want to restore trade union rights in this country. We're not asking for the earth. We simply want the same trade union rights that apply across Europe. We want governments that abide by international law, the International Labour Organisation conventions. And you know, the first step in doing that is scrapping the Trade Union Act in the first 100 days of a Labour government. Get rid of it once and for all. All of those things, if we combine them together, what do they create? They create a society, yes, in which we've invested in skills and infrastructure, and it will be prosperous. But that prosperity will be shared by all. It will mean people will have a real living wage. They'll have a decent education. They'll be treated properly when they're sick. And they'll have a future when they go into higher education. And at the end of that, they'll have a decent job too. That's a society that we will create. And we have to rebuild and transform our society. That's the promise of this manifesto. And do you know what it gives to our society, our community that hasn't had for 7 years? It gives them hope, absolute hope again. You know what the polls are like at the moment, but they're coming in our direction. And I don't think, well, who believes in polls anymore anyway? But I think that at the moment what we're seeing is almost a subterranean movement going on. People turning up wherever Jeremy Corbyn goes, there are hundreds and thousands at the moment, even in rain like this. And I think that demonstrates there's a movement that's going on that some people haven't recognised yet. We've got 3 weeks to turn that movement into electoral success, because this country desperately needs a Labour government. So I urge you all, really, you know, we've had a huge rush of young people in particular registering to vote this time. The vote for Labour is out there. We've got to work hard on the doorsteps to convince people the importance of that Labour government. I just want to say this to you, really. You're the heroes and heroines of this movement, turning up in weather like this and hanging around. Chris has already shrunk about 3 inches anyway. I just want to say thanks for what you're doing. But in this next few weeks, we've got to be absolutely determined to turn that vote out for Labour and achieve a Labour government under Jeremy Corbyn that, yes, will transform our community. And who for? For the many, not the few. Solidarity.
John, we have a photo of the scarf.
Yes, of course.
Do you like this? Yeah, come on.
Let's have a look.
Stick it on. Come on.
Everything for everyone.
Everything, come on then. Come on. Come in together. We got to be on the phone.
Out.
Yeah, come on in. Yeah, could you? Excellent. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming down.
Nice to meet you.
But our paths cross in Camden Policy Unit.
Oh, yeah, sure. How are you
Great.
finding it?
And I'm so thrilled with what's happening. So thrilled.
Oh,
The
dear.
only one I'm in contact with is Bob Munro. But
Oh
I'm
yeah,
telling him
yeah.
that,
Oh,
we
do
met.
so, yeah. Brilliant, yeah. I see Richard Jen every now and again,
right.
so yeah. All right.
Thank you for
We're heading
the
into
program yesterday. You just kept right on.
Oh, sorry. I thought I was dreadful, but
No, you just kept on and on.
I know, I know.
calm.
Did you hear Hammond this morning?
No.
Oh, well, he was asked the same sort of question. He was asked, what's the price of HC2? Oh, he said 32 billion, and John Hammond said, actually, that's 52 or something. And he's the one criticising our figures. Oh, yeah, come on then.
Thank
you very much. Cheers.
Good to shake your hands on. You're a
Oh.
good man. You're a good man.
Thanks for coming along.
Thank you so much. I walked an hour and a half here in the pouring rain for this. There's no bus station in my village, so get a national bus system.
Actually, that's a good point. If you look at the manifesto on bus regulation and bring it back into actually in rural communities in particular, but linked outside of cities as well, you'll see there's an investment programme there.
We'd like to make
Brilliant.
this manifesto.
I'm Zena Hawley from the Derby Telegraph.
Oh, hello.
Hello,
Yeah.
how do you do?
We're doing interviews.
Can I just ask you, when you think of Derby,
Yeah.
what do you think of? What does it mean to you, Derby?
Bombardier, industrial development. I came from Bombardier a few years ago when Chris was running his campaign to keep the factory thriving, and it's the sort of investment that we need to, and again, skilled jobs.
In your manifesto, where were the trains mentioned?
Right.
You didn't mention trains.
Okay, what we said is the investment in the overall infrastructure, that includes the transport system. We want to bring the whole railway system back into public ownership so that we can invest directly in it. When Chris ran his campaign on Bombardier and I came down here, we demonstrated then that Bombardier has the capacity to supply trains for our whole network. And it will be future investment that will, I think, in the transport infrastructure of this country, including rail, that will ensure Bombardier thrives. The good thing about Bombardier, I've said it time and time again, it's got generations of expertise and skill that they've built up over years. Okay.
That's fantastic.
Thanks
Thank
a
you
lot.
very much.
John, can I just ask you about Len Mislusky's comments? He did seem to suggest that winning 200 seats would be a successful outcome. It's fairly defeatist.
No, he's much more optimistic today. He's made it absolutely clear. He thinks we've got a chance of having a Labour victory. We're winning. We're campaigning to win. Okay, we need a Labour government. People turn up in rain like this and stand for hours because they actually want a Labour government, and that commitment is demonstrated right the way across the country. We're winning.
He didn't seem to think in his original comments that you could win. He seemed to be suggesting that 200 seats would mean that Jeremy Corbyn could hang on, perhaps.
What he did is he looked, obviously like others, and Tom Watson does, they looked at the polls and they saw there's a mountain to climb, but what was their response? We're going to climb it, we're going to get out there and climb it. And the determination of our members, 500,000 members, biggest party in Europe, on the doorstep convincing people, with the greatest respect, cutting through some of the media bias as well.
But he actually said that he wasn't talking about you actually winning. He's talking about getting 200 seats.
No, this morning.
That would.
Well,
yeah, but
go back to his latest.
Yes.
His optimism
he's
today.
clarified it.
Exactly.
But has he changed his mind overnight?
No,
Why is he suddenly such an optimist?
He's seen how, he's seen the hill we've got to climb, and this morning he's made it absolutely clear that's the hill we are going to climb. We need a Labour government, and the way we'll deliver that Labour government is actually getting on the doorsteps with us, 500,000 members, talking to people, winning the argument.
If he loses, though, would you be one of the people
We're
putting
not
your name
lose.
forward?
We're not going to lose. We're going to have a Labour government.
Well, one of your most senior union backers thinks you might.
Oh, you're so...
I'm
really sorry.
We're heading over to the white umbrella over there, BBC. So we're just going to come and do our BBC if you're following. Follow the white umbrella.
Okay.
The problem that we saw with the...
Be careful, you'll fall over. This is. Oh, that's really lovely. That is fantastic. Yeah.
But it's something to keep it dry while we take it.
Yeah.
Watch out for the dog.
Yeah. This is fantastic. Do you fancy a slice?
Sorry?
Do you fancy a slice?
No.
Are you sure?
I quite like bacon. No, it's for you to take on the bus.
Can we get a picture of the cake
Yeah,
together?
come on.
Sure, yeah. No, it's just, I just thought it was for you hard workers on the bus. That was it.
Oh, it's wonderful. It will go down very well. It will go down well. All right.
My little mother.
Shot as well.
Okay.
And just before you put it down, look over here in a second.
That's
One more, I didn't get you on, John.
Oh, no.
Look to my camera here.
You want one?
Okay.
Chris, come in. Yeah, come in.
Let me get one in here. Yeah.
Is it a Victoria sponge?
It is.
Oh, wonderful.
It is.
Look at that one just momentarily.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
Wonderful.
Oh,
Marvellous,
terrific.
marvellous. Excellent.
How are you going to transport it?
We're gonna.
I've got a thing up there.
Have you? Oh,
Okay.
wonderful.
We'll get it down.
Oh, wonderful.
Okay.
If we were pandering to the media, we'd give it to the camera people, but we're not. Oh, thanks so much. Well, that's terrific.
Adrian, you know there's a thing on the top there. Can you get down the steps?
Okay.
Right. Fresh red roses.
That is wonderful. That is wonderful.
Is that it, Audrey?
Yeah.
We do want a little piece to come in.
Yeah, why not? Yeah, okay, yeah.
Peter.
All right.
We have to get back on the bus. We've only got about 2 or 3 minutes.
Okay, shall we just go away on to it?
Yeah.